Hello, good afternoon. All right, I'm going to get right into it today. So, the last time I streamed a couple days ago, we were working on getting encounter and monster generation working. Um, Up until this point, we've just been using the same static for enemies in our testing. So, hopefully, we can get this to the point where we have generated encounters. And I finished up, I did a little bit yesterday, not much. But really all I did was create, in the monster service, I created the routine to pull a generated monster from the new tables. So before we had a get monster by ID, but that was looking at that original table. Now I'm having it pull the data back for the generated monster instead. It's this one right here. So this builds it. Um, Builds the unit based off of the data in these new tables, and then returns it back. So I still need to, of course, update the RPC calls based on this stuff, but we do have that set up now. So the generation is set up. I mean, we haven't tested it yet, but the generation routine is set up. It loops through. It kind of randomly decides on a monster out of kind of the base catalog of monsters that match the level range that we want to pick from. Then we zero out the stats for the mods. We go through and attach mods and the levels. We also determine, so one thing we mentioned was it's going to kind of determine if it's a base monster, an elite monster, or a mini boss monster when it generates. And that affects the level, the amount of XP, and the amount of mods that they have, as well as the level of those mods that get generated. Then it goes the loops through and generates some mods for the monsters. And then finally, it saves all that data back to the database for the generated monster table. And then at the very end, we just have to return the unit. So that's why I created this other one off stream yesterday. And this mainly just takes all that data we saved in the database and pushes it into the unit object that we need to send back to the front end Unity client. So that is what I did, and that's where we're at. So the next step is to finish fleshing out the generate new encounter. So this is on the encounter service. It needs to generate monsters, but then it groups all those monsters together into the encounter that the heroes will battle. So it's not just one monster, it's a list of 1 to many monsters that get generated based on the logic we have here so far. So our initial thought process for this was we were going to kind of keep account of the number of levels of monsters that get generated. So if we generate a level 10 monster, then maybe next we generate a level 5 monster, this value would be 15. And we're basing this off of just a randomly generated number that looks at the encounter level. So if we're in a level 2 dungeon, this would be 2 times 6, because we're just assuming 6 party members to make it a balanced fight. That comes to 12. And then it's going to generate a number based on that plus the base levels. The base level, the way I have this set up right now, is it's going to be 3/4 of the total party, or the total encounter level, I should say, not party level. This is not based off of the heroes and it doesn't scale. So if it's a level 2 area, it would be 12 times 3/4, which is 9. So it says +9. So it's going to randomly generate a number between 1 and 12 in our example case, and then it's going to add 9. So you could have anywhere from 10 to 20 monster levels in the battle. And that felt like a good starting point. And we can always balance that later on as we start adding stuff. But so what we have here, so it's going to loop through, and unless the generated levels is greater or equal to monster levels, it's going to keep looping through and generating new monsters. And it's adding them to this monster units list. So by the time we get to the end of this while loop, we should have the list of monsters that we want for the encounter. And these monsters are already stored in the database, but they're not stored in the encounter yet. So that's kind of where we're at this point. We're going to have all these generated monsters in the generated monster table, but those monsters aren't going to link up to anything outside of that table. So this is where we're going to link those together. We need to generate an entry in the encounter table, and we should be able to piggyback off the system we already have set up and have it work the same way. We might have to make a few modifications, but the encounter table itself, let me pull this over. Close these things that were opened. So right now, this is how it's set up. So instead of monster ID, it's going to look at generated monster ID. And however we're pulling the data back for the monsters, we'll have to look at that because we want it to use the new system and not the old monster table. Once we get this all working, then our last step will just be to delete this whole static monster table that we had. Yeah, we'll have to generate new encounter IDs each time. And then we'll probably want to, when the combat's over, we'll want to clean this table up and remove these entries. So we'll have to have a delete functionality as well. It doesn't have to be an RPC call. It just needs to be part of the cleanup of a combat should be to clean up the database as well, so we don't get a ton of entries in here that aren't important. And the same with the generated monsters as well. Once a combat's happened, a generated monster should no longer be needed or used anywhere else. So once combat's over, we're going to clean up the generated monster table, the generated monster modifier table, and the encounter table. Those 3 tables will need to be cleaned up after combat. Let me make a note. We're not quite that far yet. I'm just kind of thinking through the flow here, and we should be that far at some point today. So clean up encounter. Generated monster and generated monster modifier tables should all be cleaned up after combat. I forgot to write after combat. Okay. So for this part, Let me kind of look at how this works currently. So we pull an encounter ID from combat. And this process we're working on here, I haven't decided if this is going to happen when a dungeon is generated or if it should happen when the combat itself is generated. I think eventually I want this to happen when the dungeon is generated. It should generate all the encounters in the dungeon. I think I want them to be visible. I don't know. I haven't 100% decided how this is going to work yet. But at least in my head, I think encounters will be visible on the map. And to trigger combat, the enemy either has to come in contact with your player or you have to come in contact with them. There might be a few scripted combats here and there, like we can script events where they block like entry into a door or something. A scripted combat would happen, but in general, when I generate an encounter, I think that I want that to happen all together when the dungeon is generated. And they should be placed somewhere in the dungeon. And the enemies that are part of that encounter should already be determined when that starts. I think that's how I want this to work. I don't really want a case of random encounter or random combats just by walking like a lot of RPGs are. I mean, you can still do that same idea of grinding for levels and stuff, but the way this one will work is you'll grind through what's available in the dungeon. And once you finish the dungeon, then you'll just start another one. You can always go back to the same dungeon areas to start another one. So you can still do the same idea. I just want the monsters to be visible on the dungeon, in the dungeon, and interact with the players, kind of. So, saying that, kind of, we need to figure out how does, I guess, for now, the way it can work, because we don't have the dungeon set up or anything like that, the way it will trigger now is just off of us clicking, we want to generate a new encounter. So that end game screen we have says party has won or party has lost. And it says generate a new encounter. When we click that button, that should trigger this. And part of this process should tie the encounter ID into the combat table, because when combat loads, the combat manager triggers a call to this table, and it looks at the encounter ID to determine which enemies get included in the screen. So for now, we will do it that way. Now, like I said, eventually once we have the dungeon built out, the actual encounter ID will be kind of part of that object in the dungeon. So when we set up a encounter object, it'll be like a little 2D sprite that'll be there, and part of that 2D sprite will be the encounter ID. So once the player triggers the combat with that sprite, when it either gets close to you or whatever normally will trigger it, we'll have the encounter ID there to pass into combat. But since we don't have that right now, we're just going to pass the encounter ID in directly when we click this generate method into this table. Normally this table, once we get that far, this will update whenever the player comes in contact with one of those enemy sprites in the dungeon. So that's how it will work eventually. So we need to update the encounter table first and generate the encounter off of this group of monsters. We need to determine how we decide who's in the front and back row. Right now, I think I defaulted everything to the front row when it generates a monster. But we want that to be somehow defined. Eventually, I'd like that to be defined more off of the monster type. Like maybe certain monsters are considered tanks, some are considered casters. And I want them to set up that way in combat. We don't quite have that much in the system yet, though. So for now, probably what I'll do is just figure out, look at the count, and put half of them in the back row, however many there is. It's probably a good starting point for that. So we can loop through. We need to loop through the loop through the monster units. We need to generate. We need to create the encounter DB. And then we have an encounter ID and an ID. Let me look at that. Oh, that's right. Because encounter ID stays the same. So we need to set ID, row, and monster ID in this table. How do we determine what encounter ID should be? I think we need to set up a sequence. Looks like I started doing one down here. I don't know if that was for... I think this would be separate. Let me look. Just kind of try to follow best practices here. I'm going to do a quick research on how to set up a sequence in MySQL. I didn't realize they had a create sequence in MySQL. So that might help. This is what I used before as a sequence table pattern. Yeah, I did something similar to this in the past. But I'd rather use the sequence if it's available. How can I use the create sequence strategy along with my Java JPA Spring Boot app? Make sure I get that part right too. So I can create the sequence in MySQL like this. And then how do I use it appropriately in JPA? That's what I'm asking next. I guess I can go ahead and do this statement. Let's delete that table we just made. We don't need it. We won't need that other one I was starting to work on either. This one, we'll be able to figure that one out as well. What the heck? It's not letting me create a new SQL box. Why? I mean, I guess that works. Just to create a box I can use here. Alright, so I want this to be named encounter sequence. The rest of that's probably fine. I know I've got 8, MySQL 8. What is going on with this? It is not letting me click half of the stuff I should be able to. Let me close this out and reopen it. Something's acting up. Let's see what ChatGPT said. Well, that's disappointing. I just deleted those sequence tables I created, and now it's telling me I can't use the create sequence object in JPA. and then hibernate. Okay. So back to my original plans, it sounds like, after I just deleted those. I need to use this for, this needs to end up being used for monsters and heroes, this new sequence generator. The one tied to that, and then we also need one for encounters, but I had kind of started on that, and you could tell by the remnants of that other table that we just deleted. But I need to do this setup because if we create a hero that has the same ID as a monster, that's going to cause issues. Things are going to overlap because our unit object has an ID field, and units can either be monsters or heroes. So we do not want those to overlap. It's just asking for trouble. Hibernate will create a sequence table per entity to emulate sequences unless you override it. If you want to pre-create the sequence table yourself, I mean, I don't have to. If it's saying I don't have to, I don't need to, right? I don't want anything special. I just want things to be unique. All right, so let's see it. Really, all I need to do is pick a name for the sequences and copy this ID setup over to those. And hopefully this doesn't, I mean, we really don't have that much data in the hero table anyways, but when we put this in there, I hope it doesn't mess up the ones we already have generated. It could. Let's try that. So we need to go into the hero DB and then also the generated monster DB and put this code for the ID field on both of them. So take that out. Actually, I still needed the ID. Sequence, instead of that, we're going to call it unit sequence. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Maybe, but I've never done it this way, so I have, but it's been a long time. This is some of the ways to do it because it sets a table up in the database to track the sequence number. I want to take the same thing and put it on the generated monster DB table now instead of identity. And I think we might have to change this. I think we have to change this in the tables themselves so the auto increment isn't turned on. I think. Let's get. All right, so I want to go to the database now and change those two tables and turn off auto increment. Oh, that one wasn't even turned on. I'm surprised. I didn't think that would work if it wasn't turned on. Okay. And this one. That one is turned on, so we're going to turn that off. We don't want it to increment. We want it to use the sequence. Okay. What's next? Oh, we have to do the encounter one the same way. It won't be the same sequence, but it needs to be set up the same way. Get rid of that. This will be another sequence called encounter. You know what? That's not going to work right. This one isn't going to work right. Crap. Because we're adding this to more than one value in this table, so we can't put it here. No, this has to go back to what it was. This one does, I mean. Let me think about this a little bit more. So we want the encounter ID is the one that we're trying, but we don't want this to change for every entry either. We want to, this is just going to have to be a separate table. We're going to have to pull the number from the table. Yeah, this is slightly different than what this was setting up. So this won't work. This works good for the heroes and the monsters. This does work good. We do need this for that. But because encounter is set up slightly different, where we need multiple lines all tied to the same ID, we have to think this through a little bit more. So for that value, we can't generate a value every time a database entry happens, or it's going to increment it every time. And that's not what we're going for here. So we're going to have to create a separate table that we hit one time to get the new sequence number or the new encounter ID that will then be used for all the entries into the encounter table. So we might have to go back to my original thought of creating a separate custom table. It won't be set up using the system we just looked up because it's just a little different, you know? And on this one, we can tell it to auto increment, right? Or do we assign this manually? I think we just assign this manually. We just keep updating the same entry with a new one. I think that'll work. Let's look at ChatGPT because it actually did have this example in there or something similar. What if we just do encounter sequence value? Or actually, it can still be ID. We'll make a regular ID field. There'll be one ID entry in this table that we just continue to update. I mean, I don't see why that wouldn't work. It's probably not the best way, but I think it'll work, and it's not like it's going to be that inefficient. So then over here, we would just create a, what did I call that? Encounter sequence? Or at least that's what we can call it in here. I don't remember what I called it. I did call it encounter sequence. Import that, please. And then we have one more column called encounter sequence ID. All right. And then we'll just create the repository that's attached to this new sequence table. This should work. I don't know that this is the best way. I don't think it's the best way even, but... Whoops, that's not what I meant to put there. Why is it getting mad at me? Oh. Okay, so that's the basics for the repo. Whoops, gosh darn it. All right. And then I think we need to create a... It's always going to be ID 1, right? We're only going to have one entry in this table. So the idea is sequence ID will be 1. Actually, we can even just say 0 for now to generate this. Oh, that's fine. No, I don't have to even change that. I can just put it in, right? ID 1, counter sequence ID of 0. Will that work? Yes, that will work just fine. So we should be able to pull ID of 1 in our code. And then we'll just update it to the next number and save that back in when we make the update. I mean, it's not that hard to do that. That should work fine. So we can say long encounter ID equals encounter sequence repository dot find by ID 1 get encounter sequence ID. No, that's not gonna work. Okay. Sequence. Okay, let's do that first. Then we have our item. Why is it mad about that? Oh. It's still mad. Optional. I mean, it's gonna find that every time, but whatever. Can we do that or else null thing? Okay, and then the encounter ID will be encounter sequence get encounter sequence ID +1. And then we also need to actually, we can do it this way. We can say encounter sequence dot set encounter sequence ID get ID +1. All right. May. And we need to save that back. Oops. All right, so we save the change back. And then we set that new value here. So that's how we have the encounter ID that we want to use for these entries. A little messy, but it works just fine. So now down here we can say encounter dot wait a minute. We need a line item for every monster, so this has to happen inside the loop. This isn't just one encounter entry in the table, this is one for each monster. So encounter dot set encounter ID encounter dot set row. And like I said, we haven't determined how that's going to happen yet. What's the other one? Monster ID. We get that from monster dot get common dot get ID. Okay. How do we set? I guess we can just do a quick little flag. We can say bool front row equals true. It's really a toggle. Is there a toggle? I don't know. It's fine. We can make it work this way. And we'll say if front row and then else. So if it's the front row, we want to say row to front. If it's the other, it'll be the back row. And then at the end of the loop, we just want to flip that. Is there a way to flip that? Front row equals front row. That'll equal the opposite, right? So it should loop through and do one front, one back, one front, one back until it's done. Okay. And then at the end, guess right here we should go ahead and save this entry then. So that'll create, once it's through this entire loop, that will create an entry and encounter for every monster. Okay. Now once this is done, this returns an encounter. So it returns the encounter. Don't forget, we also need to update combat so that that part works. I don't even know if we need this to return an encounter because the combat is going to pull the encounter itself. Why work on generating the encounter if we don't have to? We might be able to tie this into the combat though, the way this is. We really should, because we don't want to update combat from this service. A service outside of combat service shouldn't be able to update the combat table. Preferably. So I guess we still want this to return the encounter, and then we just need to figure out how to make the combat service tap into this when combat's first initialized. That's like where we normally were resetting the hit points on the ones already in the table. That's where we need to just let it run through this to pull those back. Okay. So do we have get encounter by ID? So we can use excuse me. That time of year, always get a little bit of sniffles and crap in your nose. All right, so we should just be able to return, get, not return, counter equals get encounter by ID. And actually, this might not become an RPC call. I don't think this is going to be an RPC call. Let's change that. This should happen from the combat service or from something else. It's not going to happen from something from Unity. So an RPC call isn't going to cause this. We're going to trigger this on the server somehow. So we can get rid of this generate new encounter. I don't even know if we're using get encounter by ID. We might be, but so we're going to get rid of that. All right. We're going to get rid of override. We're going to make this return an encounter. And all we're going to pass into this is the encounter level. That's what we were doing before. We were passing the level in. Okay. There we go. So now this is set up to be called when needed from combat, or eventually it'll be part of the dungeon generation routine. But for now, it'll be part of the combat routine. Combat will call this when we trigger that generate new encounter button in the game. Combat will call this, generate the encounter, and then it'll reload the combat scene, which will pick up the new encounter ID. And we should be golden. So right here, we can say return get encounter by ID, and the encounter ID is encounter ID. Okay. So that is set up and ready to go. Now, on the combat service, we need to update combat when it calls this with the proper ID. And maybe what I can do here, what if I just return this, because it's going to do another call to actually pull that data in the normal process. We don't need to pull it on this step. We need to pull it during the normal process we already defined. So all we need to do here is return the ID. That will save a little bit of processing power. Not much, because this doesn't take long, but this returns the generated encounter ID. Okay. So let's go to the combat service and figure out how we can slot this new stuff in. So right here where we initialize combat, we're running through an init, which just changes all the units. Combat, get encounter, get front row mobs list. When it generates this combat object, that's getting passed in, we need to make sure it's pulling off of the new tables now. I don't think it is yet. All of these update routines in here will need to get updated. Let's go to the top and just kind of go through this, kind of figure this out. Convert combat DB to combat. All right, so that's one of the big ones we have to change here. And it is right here. So the encounter get encounter by ID. Does that one need updated? Get monster by ID. All right, we're getting there. We're diving through the code. Get monster by ID. Did I update that yet? Because if I didn't, that's the one we need to update. We did not. That is the wrong table. So we're passing in the monster ID. So this will end up being a generated monster DB. Okay. Convert monster DB to monster unit. Did I create a conversion for the new one? Because that's not right. I mean, honestly, I can even comment this out, and any code it breaks is going to need updated. Because we're not using that table anymore. Okay. I thought we created another way to update that though to the unit. It returns the unit for the new one. That's what I just said. This is all broken. We're not using a monster DB anymore. This needs to be renamed. That was confusing and made it look like it was using the old one, but it wasn't. It's using the new one. That's all the base stats. And we have the generate monster routine. There we go. This is the new call I need to use. It's going to have to become public because we want this one to be usable outside of this class. Save base monster to generated monster DB. I feel like I'm missing some stuff here on this part to be able to save it, save the updates. Why does it say base monster? Oh, because these stats aren't in the generated monster. Right? I don't know. I'm confusing myself now. And I just did this a couple days ago. You wouldn't think I'd forget half of this. This is all tied to the generation of the monster. This, I don't think I would use this outside of generating the monster, because that's what this is doing. It's setting up a generated monster. It saves it here with all these settings. And it's passing it in with all of this already saved as well. So these are all the other fields that are in the generated monster. So it's kind of confusing the way I have this set up. I probably should have made it a little bit cleaner. So this will work for the call we need, but we need another call to fix the ones that we commented out. So we do need the ability to convert a monster unit back to the generated monster DB, because that's where we're going to have to update the hit points and stuff like that that can change. I don't know if their generated mod stats will be able to change. I guess they can. I mean, there's no... Well, the generated mods themselves can't change. The mod values in the monster generated monster DB could. So we really only have to update the generated mod DB, because the other one won't update through here. And we don't need this because we already have this in the new one. So let's get rid of that completely. And this is what the new convert. What is this? Get monster by ID. It returns a unit. I thought that's what we already had down here. Get generated monster by ID. All right, so let's just delete that. it's doing the same thing. All right. Okay. That should fix that call wherever it's used. We still have to define this. Oh, that needs to return a monster DB. This is just a unit. Okay. So we want to define the monster DB. And then we just need to set all of the values. Let me go through. Let me have the table off to the side here so I don't miss any. Generated monster ID. Oops, that is the wrong one. I probably should delete that pretty quickly here, so I quit doing that. Almost there. Once we get this all changed, we'll delete the old monster table remnants and then do some testing to make sure all of that's cleaned up. That's not right. That's not right. Oh, I guess that is MP. HP MP time elapsed. Battle row. Eventually I want to get rid of battle row out of the unit itself. That should only be tied to either the party object or the encounter object. It should not be here. I'm not even sure if I'm using it anywhere yet, but I'm going to put that as a note. Refactor. and remove. Battle row from unit. Next one is generated level. All right, now we just have all the mod values. Should it be? I don't remember. I don't think that needs to be a long. It just needs to be an integer. Huh. Okay. It's fine. It works that way. All right, what's left? Defense. Resist. Block. And XP. And that's going to be under the monster. All right, that is all the fields that should be allowed to be updated that we need to update for a monster. Okay. 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 Still got an arrow down here. Let's see what else we need to fix. Oh, we changed the text speed to a long. Okay. I think I think those are the updates we'll need. And the places in the other code where it's already triggering those calls should still be good. We're still returning the same unit object to combat, so it should be okay with that. And the update monster is still passing in a unit, and we're just updating a different database table than we used to. So we should be good. Let's go back to the combat service now. And just kind of double check this. So the encounter service pulls get encounter by ID. When I renamed this, didn't I? Oh my goodness. What did I just do? Fat fingered it. Did it again. All right, I want to get rid of that. Encounter db.get monster ID. That gets the monster ID. Then we add it. So this is where the new monster gets added, and it should be pulled in the right way from this because we just updated that service call. So monster service get generated. Monster by ID. This one's not being used anywhere. I might not need this. This might have been me working through something and it says it's not called anywhere. Generate monster. Get monster by ID. That's the one we're using now. It returns the unit. All you got to pass in is the ID and it populates everything. Save monster. This is part of the generation routine. I really need to change the name of this to something else. It's fine for now. That's a lie. It is being used. It told me to take that out. I had set it up where I was assigning it back to itself. And it got mad at me. Well, then when I take it out, then it gets mad at me again. That's fine. I know what it's doing. It's working. Okay. I think we're good because that get generated monster by ID is using only our new tables now. Let's just double check. Let's remove monster from this. Import. Do we have an import for it? I don't even see an import for it. Let's get rid of monster repository. It's no longer being used. Get rid of it here. There. Let's get rid of those commented out sections now. I feel pretty confident that these will no longer be needed. Help shorten this class up a little bit. It's got a little bit more now that it has the generation routine in there. I mean, it got a lot longer. All right, that one's good. Now I want to delete this and make sure that nothing's referencing it. Oh, the monster repository. That's fine. We're going to delete it too. Nobody was referencing that anymore. That's good. I think we're good. Now, we haven't went through, we don't have any test data now yet. I should say not now. We don't have any test data yet to generate monsters with. So we're going to have to do that at some point. And it's getting, that point coming up very quickly here. But I kind of want to finish through this thought process of combat and make sure we're using this new generation logic instead of just pulling the default values. Let's close everything out. Go back into combat service. And then init combat. So where is this called from? Reset combat. And run combat loop. So the reset combat is the RPC call I set up right now that we're using. So at the very end of combat, there's that generate new combat button. And when you click that, that triggers the system to use this. That's what it's currently using. Now, what I really want this to be named is generate new combat, and it won't actually be an RPC call once we get that far. I guess for now it is an RPC call. But once we get the dungeon stuff laid out as well, all of the generation of encounters will happen before I mean they'll all be defined already when the dungeon's generated. Okay. So this is using pulling back the combat ID. And this is where it runs the init combat method that we're looking at here. And that's, by the time it gets there, it's already picked the units. So we need to go up higher here. It's probably this one. We need to make sure this is working with the new tables. And somewhere in here, we have to update the encounter ID to whatever got generated. I guess we haven't actually called the generate new combat or new encounter routine. No, see, it's not even, we haven't called this yet. So we need to figure out where we need to call this to generate the monsters for combat. Where's the other spot? The run combat loop also calls init combat. Okay, so what does this say? It says it's inside the loop. If combat is started and combat is not running, resume combat. If combat is not started and combat init combat. I feel like the init combat is the right spot. But when we get to that point, it's already passed in the objects. But maybe we just need to redefine those objects. Well, we can't do that because whatever's creating this is already going to be broken at that point, right? When it does the whatever it's using to populate combat. So right here, this convert combat DB to combat call, it needs to know before that what encounter ID. So wherever we call this, really before we even have the combat DB, we need to update the combat DB to have the new encounter ID before it runs through the rest of this. I'm sorry, I have not been checking messages if I have any. Probably don't, but nope. Just somebody spamming. Um, the reset combat. That for now might be the spot this should be. Because up here where we're setting these values, if we run through the generation first. We generate a new encounter. Then in the combat DB where we're setting these other values, we're also going to set that new encounter ID. And then the rest of this should work like it's supposed to. Now the only thing is, I don't know this very first time through. I don't know if it will work. But let's just do that for now. Let's just update the reset combat loop. And then we might have to modify a few other things. When we start testing, we'll probably be able to figure out where those spots are at. But reset combat should happen. Where did I say this one was getting called in? Oh, this is a RPC call. So never mind. This isn't being called anywhere except from the we can set it up this way though. So we'll just call reset combat. We can call that when the combat scene is initialized. That's the first thing that should run, is this to generate a new combat. Just set it up that way. If they click the generate new combat button, it's just going to restart. It's going to reload the combat scene. That's all it'll have to do. Everything else should already be saved at that point. And by doing that, it will run through the steps that we need it to. So that should work. That should be good. Okay, so right here we can do the encounter service dot generate new encounter. Oh, and we have to know what level it is. That's interesting. Where will that come from? Normally that would come from normally this is going to come from the dungeon that we've picked in a new request type. So really for now, we can base this off of this will change when dungeon is implemented. Dungeon generation is implemented, I should say. But for now, this could either be hard-coded, or is there anything in this request? No, because it's just the combat ID. No, there's nothing here. So let's just say we want it to generate a level 2 encounter, which should be, on average, level 2 to 3 enemies. Or like 5 or 6 level 2 or 3 enemies. Okay. Which means in my test data, if I really want it to be filled out as well as possible, we should have enemies in the test data from levels 1 to 6, and that will test the current logic. So we'll have to add entries for all of those. So that'll generate the encounter, and that returns the encounter ID. And then down here, we just want to set that. And by doing this, we should kind of already be set up. We might not have to make a whole lot more changes. This will already be tied into the new entries. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, anyone that's watching, and I will be back in 10 to 15 minutes. So back around 3 Central Time, because that's where I live. All right, so we updated. Let me turn this off. Okay. So we updated the combat table with the correct encounter ID. We generated the new encounter in the reset combat function. This is an RPC call, so this is being called currently when we click the generate. Let's go over to the Unity side. Where did I put that at? Right here. We're calling reset combat, and this is being called from the action panel controller, I believe. No, the summary controller, combat summary controller calls this. But instead of calling this, what I want to do here is just reload the scene. And when combat starts, when the combat scene starts, that's when it should generate a new combat. At least the way it's currently set up. This does not have to be here because we're reloading a scene. Assigned but never used. Okay, so let's go to the combat manager now. And this is when it does the start command is when we should do this. So up here we gather the data for the game. And then right after the combat service or the combat client is created, but before we get combat info, we need to generate combat. Combat ID is game info dot combat ID. And this is already in the right class, so I don't need all of that. Yes, we don't need to know that it resets combat. It's called reset combat. All right, so when it starts, but before it's pulled any other data, it resets the combat. This generates all the new entries so that when we do this very next pull, it should work. It should pull all the new enemies in. So everything is set up to work, but we don't have any data in the database. So we're going to have to do a little bit of database stuff now. Creating some test data. The first thing we can do is clean out. We haven't actually done that part either, but we wrote that down. We do need to clean up these tables after combat. But let's go ahead and clean out these 4 entries in the encounter table. Okay. And let's get rid of the monster table. Now, is there any data in there that I want to use to kind of help? I don't know. Let me look before I delete this. I mean, I was kind of just throwing numbers out there to begin with anyway, so I don't think any of this really matters. It really doesn't. So let's just delete this entire table. Okay. Now the base monster and the base monster modifier tables are the two that we're going to have to add some values to. So let's just kind of go through kind of from low level to high level. Let's say large rat. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Level 1, base HP, say 8, no magic points. These values don't even come into play yet, so we're just going to set those all to 1. Either does the loot table. XP, let's say 10 experience for a level 1. I think I'm going to make XP generated completely based on the level and modifiers eventually, but I haven't made it that far yet. Low damage 1, high damage 4. Attack speed, every 4 seconds. We'll say he has 2 defense, 2 resist, 0 block. And can we find a monster sprite ID? We haven't defined this either. So in Unity, we have to define this new scriptable object collection and define sprite IDs. Let's do this step first for several monsters, and then we'll go to the Unity side and try to figure out how to define that side. That is something we're going to have to update that I haven't done yet. All right. Let's see, what else? Let's say a wolf is level 2, 20 HP, 4 magic points, even though we don't have any magic stuff entered yet. Loot table 2, we'll say 25 experience. Damage, let's say 3 to 8. Let's say he attacks faster as well. Let's say 3,000. Defense of 4, resist of 2, block of 2. Even though I don't think I'm using block yet either. Alright. Let's put a goblin in. Let's say the goblin's level 3. Maybe I should make this more specific. Let's say goblin peon. Level 3. We'll say he has 30 hit points. 8 magic points. Again, I'm not worrying about these base stats yet. The loot table ID, I'm just incrementing by 1 each time. We'll say 60 experience points. Low damage 5, high damage 12. Let's say he swings kind of slow at 5 seconds. 5 defense, 2 resist, 2 block. Okay. Then let's make a giant rat. Level 4. Let's say he has 50 hit points. 12 magic points. Worth 100 experience. $150 experience. Low damage will be 8 to 16. We'll say every 4 seconds. Defense 4, resist 3, block 3. Alright, what else? Let me think. What other graphics did I have? I don't even know if I have a goblin graphic. I mean, I don't have to. I'm just trying to make this all kind of fit with what we've already got. We have a cat. And a lion. Let's do this saber-toothed tiger. Let's call it a tiger. Small tiger. We'll say he has 60 hit points. Base MP of 16. Loot table. We'll say he's worth 250 experience. Kind of going up a little too fast on the experience, but we can adjust that later as well. I think I'm going to make him do less damage, but very quickly, because cats usually attack fast, right? He'll have a higher defense value and a decent block value. Okay, what else? We need at least one more. We need at least one of every level up to level 6, preferably. Maybe one more. Another different type here. We can pick this funky bug, maybe. You know what? I think we had a bat one, too. We can add more than one per level, too, to be honest. Maybe to change it up a little bit more. Let's add a bat, but let's not make him level 6. Let's make him level 1. I feel like bats aren't normally that strong, or at least we'll call it a small bat. It'll be another level 1 entry. We'll say they only have 6 HP. But they do slightly more damage than the large rat. Slightly faster attack speed. But their defense is even lower. Okay. And then I want to get that little bug. I don't even know what I want to call it. We'll call it small insect. Level 6. 75 hit points. We'll give it a lot of hit points. We'll say it's worth 350 experience points. And we'll say it does high damage at low speed. So let's say 10 to 20 damage every 5.5 seconds. I think it should have decent defense because it's going to have like an armored shell. Maybe not quite as much as the cat because it's not as quick. Resist, we'll set at 4 just to be a little higher than the other ones, and let's put block at 4 as well. Alright, so the only thing we still need to populate in here is the sprite IDs, which we're going to have to set up on the Unity side. But that gives us a pool of 7 different enemies that our system can use. So that's a good start just to test things out. Now on the modifiers, these will be very similar to the base items. I don't remember how I set those up. All right, the attribute is what's actually tied to the code. The description is just something to show on the UI, but it doesn't really mean anything. And then we have low and high values that it can assign and what level those values are at. So for this, if you remember in our code, let's look at it real quick. When we generate a monster, we are setting up this idea of three different types of monsters: base monster, elite monsters, and we're calling them mini boss monsters. And what can happen here is the mods will actually be set at a higher level. So if we pull in the level 6 monster we just made, it's actually going to generate mods possibly based off of almost up to level 10 mods. So I'm going to have to assign mods from level 1 to, I don't know, 1 probably up to level 15 just to make sure I cover the bases on how high the mod levels could be in the grouping, just to test that out. We want some stuff higher to make sure it doesn't get pulled in. So actually we should probably do that with the monsters too. We should define a few higher level monsters that shouldn't get pulled in just to make sure they don't. And the same with the mods. We'll probably define mods all the way up to level 15 because the way this system works, we can define higher level. Right here is where it's saying 150% of the level. So if it's a level 6, it could be a mod level around 9 or 10. Just kind of the way this all works. Okay, so that's good. And really, we just need to modify the values that are actually affecting combat to make sure that those work as well. So we need hit points, defense, damage, and attack speed. Really, those are the only ones we really need to define for now. And maybe for variety reasons, we'll kind of start. We'll start with HP at level 1, and we'll just create one mod per level. And then the higher level versions of those will give you more stats. So we'll start with HP. Then let's move to defense. And then damage. And then attack speed. And I don't actually know that the attack speed buff is working correctly yet. But we'll put it in there anyways. And then we'll work through that issue and fix it, hopefully, if it's not working. So we're going to start with HP. Let's say it just modifies the value from 1 to 5 for level 1. The tribute is HP. Yeah, I had to double check that that's what it was. And this is a level 1 modifier. And then the next one, let's make defense. And there can be more than one per modifier level. I'm just doing this because I don't want to be creating tons of these. Let's say this is 1 to 2. Actually, let's just say this is 1. It can't even generate a different higher amount of defense at this lowest level. Because defense is pretty good. I mean, every single attack it blocks damage. I don't know. It seems like that's good. We don't want to make the defense stat too high. Okay, next I wanted to do damage. Let's make this 1 to 2. And then the last one I want to affect is attack speed. And on this is based on milliseconds. So let's say it could affect up to between 100 and 250 milliseconds of additional speed. I don't remember how I had that one set up. Just all one word. Okay, now I'm just going to loop through these again 3 more times so that I have modifiers all the way up to level 16, I guess it would end up being. So for hit points here, let's do 3 to 10 additional hit points for that mod. And then defense, let's do 1 to 3. Damage, let's do 2 to 4. Attack speed again. Let's do 200 to 400. I'm just slowly incrementing these up. There's no rhyme or reason to the numbers I'm picking. I'm just trying to make them sound balanced. 8 to 15, 16 maybe. You know what? This is a scaling thing. We don't want this to be too high for attack speed. Yeah, this could get really crazy if I let attack speed get too low. The lower it is, the faster and faster the attacks get. That could be really, really hard on one of those fast attack characters like the cat that I created, the tiger. If they get a high attack speed modifier. Alright, one more section. Okay. All right, that should be enough to test with for the modifiers. All right, so we have a group of mods now. We have a group of monsters to pull from, but on the Unity side, we need to figure out how to define that scriptable object. And then we got to test all this. I'm sure we've got some bugs. But I also wanted to create a couple higher level monsters to make sure they don't get pulled in. What is an atlas? Oh, that's all of them combined. A forest turkey? What the heck is a forest turkey? Yeah, I don't like that one. Let's make a ogre. That could be a level 7 enemy, right? Oh, we have a zombie too. Let's make the ogre like a level 10. Let's make the slug queen level 7. Give her 80 HP. Now this character should not appear in our current setup for our test. We're going to test encounter level 2. It shouldn't allow anything above level 6 to be pulled in. So this is more of a test than anything. Couple more. Scorpion. Eight, 9, 7, 8. 2 more. I don't know why I'm making all the insect-like things the strongest monsters. That was not intentional. All right, the ogre. Okay. That looks good. That's probably more than enough. Testing purposes. This will even allow us to figure out the level up, and once we level up, we can go all the way to level 3 with these enemies before we need more entries. Okay. All right, let me jump to the Unity side now, because we need to figure out, we're going to create a scriptable object, and it's going to have a reference to the game object, and then it's going to have a reference to that sprite ID, I think is what it's going to do. Is how we're going to set this up. So, under, what should I put that under? I'm going to make a new folder. Just call it monsters. And inside of here, let's create a new scriptable object called monster what can I call this? Visual monster, maybe? And then in here, monster prefab and sprite ID. All right. And then we also need to create anytime now, computer. It's loading, it's compiling, even though I didn't do that much. We're just going to create something called monster collection, because that's kind of how the other objects are. We have an item collection and a sprite collection and an icon collection. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to call this, it's still a scriptable object, monster collection. And a monster collection, after it's done loading, should just be a list of visual monsters. All right, I think now okay, so there's our monster collection object. And can I just add one this way? Or do I have to actually create? I don't really want to create one for every entry down here, preferably. So this will be called large rat. I guess I'm gonna have to do this for every entry. It seems a little messy, but let's just call this large rat. Can be the sprite ID. And then over here, we will pull in maybe just this base one. Oh crap, I lost my oh, that was wrong. This one. Okay. Maybe I should put these scriptable objects in the folders with each one, because really this is just a visual layer. So it makes sense to be assigned with the visual section here. That'll make it easier to do each section. There's a rat king. I should have made him like a level 10. All right, I had a bat. I remember that. Hey, that rhymes. Create another monster. Just call him bat. Small bat. I don't know what it was called in the database. Small bat. How about that? Monster prefab. And then can I pull this into the item collection just by clicking on it? Probably not. No, that would have been too easy. All right, let's just do the rest of these and then we'll go back and grab them all and throw them in there once we'll do, because we can lock the item collection over here so it doesn't disappear each time. What's the next one? A wolf. These are just test ones. Once we I'll do a lot of this off streaming. This is just a few test entries. And even the few that we need for testing is going to take a little bit here. Wold. Oops, if you know how to spell. Okay. I can probably modify the scales on these too. So like if I wanted how I keep entering small and eventually I'll have like a giant version, I can probably adjust the scale to make them look bigger or smaller. I don't know if it'll work good with our system or not, our layout system, but. All right, what's next? Goblin. I don't know if I have a goblin. We'll just have to use one of the let's see, what could be a goblin? I mean, I could make it one of the giants, but that doesn't really sound like a goblin. Is there any of the pigs that kind of look different? I'm gonna say none of this really looks like a goblin. We'll use the monkey for now. We don't have a goblin graphic, so the graphic for the goblin's gonna have to be a monkey for now. Giant rat. So let's use a different graphic of from the rat group. Let's see, we used rat. Let's use flying demon is not a rat. Why is that in there? We'll use the cave rat graphic just to change it up. Okay. What's next? The tiger. Yeah, eventually I might add some kind of scale to this object. And that way it can be smaller or bigger, and that will kind of determine the strength a little bit too. Okay, that way we can reuse some of the assets and just make them bigger or smaller. There might even be a way to change the color sets. Probably not too hard to do that. We already did the bat. Now let's do the insect. Small insect. Let's pick the larva. Okay. Slug Queen. Scorpion. Giant Wasp. And Ogre. All right. So now we just need to add all of these to the monster collection. So I'm going to click this and click this little lock icon up here. That'll keep it from turning that off. And we're just going to go through and pull all of these in to this list we just made. Let's see, felines, I had one in here. Insects, Slug Queen, and the larva, and the wasp. Okay. Scorpion. 2, I'm up to 7. Let's see, I'm missing the bat and the other rat. Giant rat. And then the monkey for the goblin. Here we go. All right. That should give us the information we need on the visual side to start displaying these new animated sprites, which will clean up the graphics for the combat scene quite a bit. So let's see, we need to update the database with those values that we just set. And I really just tried to make it easy and made all of these camel case. I think I made this small wolf. I thought it was small. It should all be this way. If I didn't do it this way, then I'm going to fix it on the Unity side so that they all match this. They all read this way. All right. That should link our data side to our visual side. Okay. So now what do we need to do? Let me think. We have a way to get all the data to Unity now. But how do we need to completely refactor the combat scene. So instead of using what I'm currently using for enemies, I'm using a similar system to the hero side where it sets up like a base component and then it anchors the new sprite to that component. Okay, so let's load the combat scene. I didn't have anything saved. So we have the party panel and the enemy panel. The party panel, I need to turn that off now. Party panel uses party panel controller script. Can I somehow refactor that where it can be used on both sides? Because it really has a lot of the same ideas anyways, the same component ideas. I mean, even this is going to have to be refactored because I have a set sprite in here, and eventually these are going to be populated. Some of this will be populated separately. Let's click into this one and kind of look at it and see if anything is specific to heroes. I mean, I know my commands are specific. So when I click on one of these, is this where I'm clicking to trigger like the inventory button? Not on this one. This one's just updating the panels. This is just a unit which can transfer to the enemy side. Same with this. Same with this. This place hero routine could work for a unit as well, I think. Well, this part here might be different. Even if it is, I could look and say if it's a hero, if it's of type hero unit, then do this, and if it's of type monster unit, then do the other controller. Because this is like the visual animation controller for the heroes, and the enemies have something similar. UI slot. Look, I can even scale it here to scale the size. If I wanted to change enemies, I could do it. I can set it in that collection, and then I can reference it here in the code I already have to scale it up or down. I'm going to look in this one next. So this one does have the specific, this is specific to heroes, the character class. But almost everything else is the same. Let me look at the enemies to see what they use. This new asset with the monsters. Yeah, this is the similar class compared to character for the heroes. I mean, it even has the same stuff for the most part. Attack. Well, not exactly, but very similar. Let's put it that way. I guess I don't want to... If I can't reuse that component super easily, it's better to just copy and refactor it for monsters, I guess. To keep them separate, because they are pretty separate. There's a lot of differences here. The whole flow will be similar, though. Like, I'll probably still copy this, because it's setting up that base. So I have to set up this base component controller, and this is a UI thing. And then my sprite can get anchored to this. Whereas the current setup I have for the enemies is set up completely different right now. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time to refactor because it's quite a bit different now by switching. Let me put these side by side. We're updating the panels. And we're updating the component, which is like this section. And we don't have this section because it was set up differently. So maybe I can just refactor and add in these additional pieces to make this work. Game object monster component. What I need to pull in is I need to pull in the monster collection because that has the game objects that we're going to use. And then this monster component controller. monster component controller. This is mainly the UI part of it. So in here, we'll have to define. So the way I had it was I'm using this monster animator UI animated image thing. But that will change. So this is going to go away. So let's just delete it. It's okay if we're creating errors. Now we know what spots we need to fix. But instead, we need to put the... Actually, this one might need to be public because we need to assign it. Not a game object, it's a monster. And oh, they have a monster script in their other asset. That's confusing. I'm going to call this visual monster, because that is only for visuals. This class is only for visuals. And we got rid of this. There isn't even a class on the RPC side for monster, so that's good. We're not overlapping this one. What we have on that side is called monster unit. So this is the monster. I could even rename this to visual monster probably, and it would probably work. But if we assign that in the enemy panel controller when we're setting the items up, then that can trigger the different things. So down here, we have a monster obj dot, oh wait, what did I call it? Visual monster. Oh my goodness. My brain sometimes. Visual monster dot attack. And I don't know about that alt, what that means. We're gonna have to look at that. If it's just two different attacks, then we'll figure out if we can use them. So this should be real easy to update this part. We don't have a hit anim, but we had that spring. So remember how I said the spring can kind of show the same effect of getting hit? It just kind of makes the graphic bounce, and that'll kind of show that they got hit. I already updated that. Okay, so that part is updated. Now over here, okay, we're trying right here, it's trying to instantiate a monster. So we're going to have to create a method in the collection to pull back based on the sprite ID in our object. We have our object right here, and our object has, I don't know if I updated it on the Unity side yet. Would it be under common? No, it's under monster. We don't have it there yet. I'm gonna have to transfer. That'll have to be a next step here. We need to regenerate the proto file. Let me make sure it's right in the proto file. Pretty sure we already made those updates, but let's double check. Monster unit has monster sprite ID. Let's double check that's not already there, because that's not what I was typing in. Monster sprite, wait. Monster. Yeah, it's not there. Okay, so let's do that. And that'll take a second to compile. But once it's done, we should be able to see that. That was fast. Oh, wait, it's not done yet. Now it's done. Okay, so we should be able to see monster sprite ID. So that's what we're going to use in this new method we create to pull back the correct game object that goes in here. Okay. And that needs to go on the item collection script that we created. Not item collection, monster collection. And I put that under a folder called monsters. So in here, we want to be able to say it's going to return a game object. Get visual monster by sprite ID. We're going to pass in a string sprite ID. And then we just need to loop through jumping between Java and C# and remembering the syntax. So we're going to loop through and we're going to say if visual monster dot sprite ID equals the sprite ID, return visual monster dot monster prefab. And down here at the bottom, we should say log or debug.error. Did not find sprite, or did not find monster with sprite ID. And then I guess we just return no, and it will break. Okay, so that should pass in the correct sprite game object. So right here, we should be able to do item collection dot. Oh, I have to make that a static method, I think. Well, no, but it's always it's looping through a. What do I need to do here? I need to make this. I'm pulling this in here. So once I pull it in, I think I'm okay. I'm probably overthinking this. I don't know why I typed item collection. It's monster collection dot get visual. What the heck? Maybe I can't use methods in a scriptable object. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Can I create methods in a scriptable object class in Unity 3D? I thought I could. Guess I can look at the item collections. Let me look at item collection. This is a scriptable object, right? Make sure I'm not misunderstanding. And this has plenty of methods. Public. Monster collection dot get oh, I know what's going on here. I did not define that correctly. All is good. Monster collection dot get visual monster by sprite ID monster dot monster dot monster sprite ID. There we go. It's like an epiphany moment there. It's like, duh. You can't use the generic scriptable object as the type. and expect it to know that it's a monster collection. Okay. So that, now what that's doing is instantiating, this is the part that I think has to change still. So let's look over here. Create enemy panel, create party panel. We're running this additional code called place hero over here. So I think we're going to need the same thing over here. The rest of this is probably okay. Although I probably also add, well, let's just kind of do the same thing here. Let's make a new, let's not overthink this for now. Let's create a new called place monster. Just like we have a place hero, let's do a place monster. And what is it passing in? It's passing in the game object and the unit itself. Okay. Nope. Why does that say Google? Oh, because I'm defining this game object. And then the monster is a unit. Okay. Let's go down there to the place hero. So this is where it instantiates the hero sprite. What's it instantiating up here? Is that our base component thing? And it just, I named it hero component here. Combat party panel controller. Let's double check what we have stored in that value. Yeah, combat base component. Okay. So we need the same setup over here just to mimic it. So we need one more object up here. If we're maintaining the same look. And they have the game object hero sprite. This part is the part we just defined in the wrong spot. It's this monster collection. And they have a, so we have a scale percent. We're actually scaling the heroes down to 50% for them to look correctly. We're probably going to have to do something similar for the enemies, but we'll make it 0.5F for now to match. Okay. This one has something called isn't it, and my heroes, oh no, it does too. It's just in a different spot. Okay. On combat update. Update enemy panel. If create the enemy panel, so that's fine. Now this part right here, I messed up. we're actually going to do this call for the game object in the other section we're making. This will be monster component. Okay. Same with the back row. All right. The place monster will be very similar to place hero. So now we can say game object monster game object equals instantiate, and we're going to paste in that code that I copied. So it's going to find it that way. Okay. And then this we should probably change since we're using it. Let's go ahead and just make sure it works first, and then we'll change the wording so that it says unit instead of hero. Let's rename that to base geo, base game object. Get component, combat, base component controller dot hero equals monster geo. And I'll change that to hero to unit in that class if this works. I'm pretty sure it's going to. And then monster component controller, monster controller equals monster game object dot add component monster component controller. Okay. And then I need to add that to the controller list. And we need to figure out where this was getting assigned before, because we don't want that happening twice. Here. So this whole section here might be able to go away. We won't delete this yet. We'll just comment it out just to make sure we're not missing something. But it looks like all of that is happening in this new method that we're adding. So monster controller dot monster obj equals monster. Excuse me. All right. Now we need the visual a monster. That's what this is assigning. And that comes from not base. monstergeo.get component. It's just called monster. Yes, please import it. All right, so that's that part. And then the base controller. This is something new that I didn't use before with monsters, so I bet I have to do something similar with monster controllers. So there's this base controller here. Let's copy that over because we're going to need it. And then where is this being used? The action bar and the HP bar are tied to that controller. So the updates for HP and MP need to be added as well. So let's do that while we're in here. So right now this says action bar dot fill amount, but we're getting rid of this, which means we're getting rid of this. Okay, so we should be able to push this where this one's at. And then in the on combat init, same thing. Should be able to copy that in. And I have one more section down here for hit. So where's hit? I still need to add some visual, like numbers, floating text, and maybe even a combat log that shows the same stuff I'm putting in the debug log. That might not hurt to know what's happening. I kind of want to copy this over. Okay, we just need to update these references here. do the calculations correctly. Okay. That is all the spots I think I have to update over there. And now back to the enemy panel controller, we can assign that. So monster controller dot base controller go dot base geo, sorry. Get component combat base component controller. All right. Slowly but surely getting through all these references. Okay, monster controller dot UI slot. Okay, what is that? I don't know what that is. I don't remember. It's a rect transform. How is that used? Where is that assigned? That's in the hero. It's in here, right? It says none. Is it programmatically defining it? UI slot. Why don't I remember what that's for? UI slot. Oh, it says right here, the UI element in the vertical layout group. Those are tied to yeah, I don't know. All three of those were tied to how the system worked, what weren't they? How to properly show. I think we need all this. Is any of that defined in this component, or is it all? I think we got to pull all of this right here into this class over here. So I think I already put scale percent. I didn't write it the same way. Let's change it. But we need to pull in. Wait, this is the wrong class. I don't have scale percent on party panel, do I? Oh, I do. Okay. All right, so I need all of these on monster component. These are all tied to making it visually show up in the right spot. I remember that now. We did some, I don't remember if we figured this out using ChatGPT or what, but we created a script that allowed the, and these were all the different things that were being used. So we need to pull in late update, because late update has all this stuff related to positioning the sprite correctly. Pull all of this into the monster component controller. This will be a miracle if this works at all. Match size, is that another one I missed? It is. Okay. We are getting there. It's a little messy. Might be a lot of debugging going on before we finally get this working. All right, where were we need the place hero, place monster. That's where we were at. All right, monster controller dot UI slot equals base geo dot get component rect transform. And I don't know what all of this does, except I know it makes the object show up where we want it to. That's kind of what all of these offset, UI slot, scale percent are all just affecting where these items show up on the screen. I'm going to copy all this and hope that it works. We set that world offset. It does set it to the controller, so maybe it's getting used in that code. And this is literally just scaling by a percentage, which will work good. We can use that, like I said, we can use that to make monsters seem harder or not based on the sizing. And then this runs on combat init, which is what we did comment that out up there, so we need to still run that. All right. This shouldn't matter that it's up here, but it feels better to be down there after all the updates have happened. Okay, we're going to leave that still there, commented out. Did we get rid of all the errors? And like I said, it'll be an amazing if we don't have a ton of errors still that we need to work through here. The name SR does not exist in the current context. Monster component controller line 78. Let's go ahead and close everything else out. Line 78. It's mad. SR.sprite. What is SR? Let's look at hero component controller, because that's where we pulled this from. A sprite renderer. where does that... There should be a sprite renderer on our new monster objects. Let's double check, because all that's doing is referencing it. Okay, let's just go find one of those prefabs that we just pulled in. I do not see a sprite renderer on there. The body. I don't know if there's a sprite renderer on the hero either at that level. Maybe I'm looking at this too deep, and if I say sprite renderer, it works correctly. I don't know. Let me double check that. Let me look at the test hero. Yeah, there's no sprite renderer on this one either until you click in and get down to the body. No, not even the body. Where's it at? Yeah, I don't know. We're going to try to attach it the same way as we did with the hero and see if it works. Because, to be honest, I'm not sure yet. So we're going to do the same thing on monster component controller. What was this? Visual monster? What is this? I don't think we want any of this anymore. Since we're switching, I think we want to take that out. And then anything down here like this needs to go away. And this needs to go away. I'm sure there's somewhere else that was being called. So that's going to have to go away. We'll see where it tells us that's at. Okay. The update monster component. Do I need to do anything here? Let's look at the party panel controller for their update component part. So it's reassigning for each monster controller and monster components. It's assigning events, the main object, if it's a monster hero, and then it says do unit events. Yeah. We're okay. It's the same setup. We're not updating the data that way anymore. Okay. right, we got a warning here about a leak detected, so that might be something we'll have to look at, but we did get all the errors cleaned up. So, and when combat starts, it does a reset combat, which should run our generate monster scripts. So we haven't tested any of that yet. There's a lot of testing to be done. So let's get the server running. Let's do a clean install on the server to make sure everything's up to date in the build files. And make sure it starts. Oh, it's so cold outside today. That's why I'm staying in here and doing this kind of stuff. Okay. Now let's see if it'll start. All right, the server is running. We're starting to get quite the class list here in our application. All right, anyways. I think I can start. I think the way I have my code set up now, I have to start from the game start scene. So let me save everything here so I don't lose any of the changes. And let me transition over to that scene. I kind of set it up where it loads some of the initial settings this way, just how it will work when we have the game set up, where you'll have to kind of log in and then pick the game you want to play. This is kind of just like the start to that. All right. Fingers crossed, although oh, we already got an error. I don't know what this one is. I wonder if one of the, like I put serialized field on some of those new classes I just wrote. And since they're scriptable objects, I wonder if that's not something I can do maybe? I don't know. I thought you could do that with, I don't know. There's no serialized fields on this one. Let me just turn that off. I don't think I need it on. Turn off the serialized field stuff, I mean. let's see. Let's stop this first of all. And this is under here. Let's get rid of that. I'm not positive that's what it's getting mad about, but it might be. These are scriptable objects. These don't need to be serialized, right? I don't think. We're not sending these across or anything like that. We're just using them within Unity, within the client, kind of as a dictionary, string key value type stuff. The value is the prefab. I don't know that that's what it was getting mad about. I think we need to assign monster collection to the enemy panel controller though, and I don't know that I did that. So let's jump back over there real quick since I'm thinking about it. I mean, I don't think that's what these errors are from yet, but I think that's going to give us an error as soon as we go to the combat scene. More than likely. Okay, so this guy has a new entry for monster collection, and I need to throw that in there or it's going to get mad. We put that under monsters. Let's just double check this has, yep, it has all the values in it. Okay, save that again. And switch back over to this other one and try it again. No errors. I did have those other errors, didn't I? All right, we got an RPC error, and we still got those. We still got some stuff up here. But this is all tied to the editor. I don't think those things are blocking my game from running, although I don't know what they're for. But I think we can keep working on what we're working on and look at this later. I don't think this is stopping it from running. I don't know what these are. It's trying to create serialized objects and it doesn't like it. But I don't see where it's telling me which class it's trying to serialize. I didn't do anything with these down here. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look. That'll be a new issue I'll have to look at. But down here, we can see the server got mad. So let's click over there and see what for. Now we can start debugging through our updates. Strategy unit sequence doesn't exist. Well, how do I make it exist? I thought ChatGPT told me that would work. All right, so that's the sequence thing we were working on when we first started. We ended up doing... I might have to add these properties. I don't know if I added those properties, and if I need them or not, I don't know. But this is what I did. So since I did that, I think, like it says, step 2. Sequence or auto will create a sequence table per entity to emulate sequences unless you override it. All right, so let's add these. Let's add these property values into the properties file because I know I didn't do that, and that might be important. Okay. Try to start the server again, and hopefully that didn't break anything. Oh, we got all sorts of extra stuff happening. So it did something with those lines. Now we did get an error. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know that those are actual errors or not, but it's saying alter table on almost every class. I don't know that I like that. I hope it didn't just jack up my database. Okay, there's the unit sequence. It's creating... it created a sequence table for... Was it for any that didn't have... Maybe it's tied to this. So over here, what was that one that was party? It says auto. If it says auto, it generates a sequence table. If it says identity, which, let's look real quick. So like base item didn't create a sequence table. I bet it says identity. We probably need to clean that up so that all of them read identity unless we want the sequence. And all we want the sequence in right now is hero, generated monster. Is that it? I can't remember now. I'm already forgetting. I think that's it. Like I need to... it created an encounter sequence. That's funny. Well, I can tell in here which ones I need to update. So encounter sequence is an issue because I don't want that one. I don't want this one to use a sequence. This is the custom one we set up. So let's get rid of that. We should be able to get rid of that by fixing... Oops, wrong code base. By making this identity instead of auto. Okay, what else? Game. I don't need a sequence for game. I don't need a sequence for any of these except for unit. Party. Wait. I need a sequence for hero and generated monster. I don't know if this is set up right. Oh, it is, because the reason this is down here for those two is because I defined it specifically in those classes. See, I'm learning as I go here, but these work. These are attached to that one correctly. Unit SEQ is the one I need. Any other sequence needs to go away. So player and party are the last two that I need to fix. Sorry, guys, I did not know that's how that was going to work. But now I know. And I don't even know why these are auto. They probably just defaulted that way when I let the autocomplete do it and didn't notice. Okay, now I'm going to stop the server. And I'm going to drop all of those extra sequence tables it just created. except for unit. And hopefully it doesn't recreate them. Hopefully that was the issue with those. Gotta be careful I don't drop the wrong tables here. Drop this one too. We're using unit SEQ is what it says in our Hero DB. And that should be the same in generated monster DB. Okay. Let's try to start the server again now and see if that helps at all. And it doesn't generate any new sequence tables. I don't know what those errors are for. It did start a lot faster that time though. Alter party, modify column, row, varchar. Check the mail. So like the front or back row column in the party is making it mad. I don't really know why. Encounter, the same thing with encounter. It doesn't like the row column in either one of those tables for some reason. I mean, it doesn't look like it's making anything quit running. So maybe we'll wait to fix that till later on as well. Let's refresh. We are getting this, I guess it's generating this unit sequence. I thought it would generate this one. Did I make this one? No, it made that one too, right? I'm a little confused. Unit sequence. It just made that. That wasn't there before. Wait. Is it making it because of this class? I don't think I need this class. I think I created this class. Maybe since it's in there. Oh, 3 usages? I already had it set up. It was working the other way. And it's still working the other way. I think I did all this for nothing. If I'm looking at that right. I don't have it set up for monsters though. Let's just delete this and clean up where it's done anything. Because I think this new setup's going to kind of work on its own already. So now let's see what broke. Okay. So this, we shouldn't have to do that anymore. It's going to do it on its own with the new sequence stuff. And Monster's already set up to do it that way too. All right, let's restart. Make sure I didn't miss anything and that it starts up okay. Oh, we gotta delete the repository too. Okay. Try again. I can go ahead and delete that table again. And it shouldn't show back up now. Still got that error related to the row fields. Not sure exactly why. All right, so the server's running again. Let's try the Unity site again. Oops. So it got mad about, what the heck was it? I don't even remember. Let's just try it again. Oh, it was mad about the sequence stuff. All right, let's see now if we got any farther. Those new properties lines are throwing a whole lot of extra logging in that I don't really need to see. Bound must be positive. So it's working through the generate monster script. But this is not positive. Monster value high minus low. Oh, remember I made one entry that was 1, 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. It's getting mad. All right, well, let's just change that value and we just will know that we can't do it that way. I'm pretty sure that's what it's getting mad about. So this one here, there's no randomness. It's always the same number. It didn't like that. It wanted the ability to roll for something different, I guess. I think that's what it's mad about. And while that's starting, we'll get the Unity side ready to restart. Make sure the server started. It did. Try this again. Rinse and repeat until we work through all these bugs. Once we get through all these bugs, I'll probably be done for the day, but I want to see if we can't get this close to working. Okay, what's next? Insert into encounter. You have an error in your SQL near row front. It really doesn't like those fields, does it? I guess I do have to troubleshoot that now. If I'm reading that right, it's getting mad because it can't assign to the row column for some reason in the encounter table. I think it said 255. I don't really think that would make a difference, but it might. I saw something when it was starting up that it said 255. And the other one was, what was the other table? Hero? What other table had row that was messed up? I don't think it was Hero. I don't know. Let's restart and see if that did anything. Guess we need to troubleshoot whatever errors show up when it starts here. We're down to just one error, so whatever we did helped. Party, that's the other one. All right, so let's see if we can do the same thing to party. If that fixes the issue. I changed this to 255. I don't know why it needs to be that big. Or maybe I have it set that way in the... Do I have it set that way over here maybe? Somehow? Nope, that's not the right thing. Party. I don't have anything set specific. I don't know. Maybe setting it smaller like that isn't doing what I thought it was. I thought it was just saving some space and causing it not to use as much space because I don't need much space in those fields, but maybe I'm misunderstanding. Look at that. I didn't see any errors that time. That looks a lot better. Okay. Let's see if that fixed the issue it's been having or not. Now, has it created anything in the database through these mistakes? Do we need to clean up the database at all? I know Encounter didn't have anything, but what about generated monsters? Because they might have happened separately. They did. Ooh, we have a line that's blank. That might have happened on that first run through. Remember I said it at assigned that modifier? We don't have a cleanup script yet, so I'm going to clean this up manually. It doesn't really have to. It should work even if those extra rows are in there. But just because we're testing right now, I don't want any extra data in here that we're not actually using. Why can't I select all of those? There it goes. Oh, that was not right. What is going on? Sometimes it just doesn't do what I expect it to. All right, so that should have got rid of the mistake runs. There's no data in there that should corrupt anything in this run, at least so far. Uh-oh. New issue. Whatever it's doing over here isn't finishing. I need to set up a timeout system. If it doesn't receive the server response within so many seconds, it should time out. Because I just locked up Unity by doing that. And I don't know why it didn't finish on the server side, but because it didn't send the response back, Unity is just kind of hosed up at this point. There's really not a way to stop it that I know of. I mean, there is, it's just not easy to do. You gotta jump in here and attach to the editor. And then you gotta stop it and set something would allow you to stop it. I don't know. I'll try it real quick. Otherwise, I gotta kill everything. I don't know if it's all the way attached. Let's try. Yeah, so see, I can pause it this way, but it still won't let me into the editor to stop the current run. Okay.
Your mom's in there wanting to watch some show or something. So. I'm gonna veg out and
Okay.
that's all I've done today.
Is this all that came for me today?
Not more came, but
Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna kill it all the way. But I need to figure out what caused that to happen. Yeah, I need to figure out what caused that to happen, or it's going to happen every time, and that'll get really annoying. And see, according to this is still running. So I need to see, besides the hibernate, what is my getting game info, getting encounter, no, generating new encounter. Okay, so I was in the generation, which is what I thought. I'm in the generating encounter phase. And we can see it's doing all the generations of the monsters. I mean, it looks like it got through all the monsters. Probably. I can see one monster here, one monster here, one monster here, and one monster here. And two of these I can tell are elite levels because they have 4 modifiers. So that was probably the full combat. It probably hit the number of levels at that point. So it probably got past the point of generating monsters, and then something happened and it stopped. But I don't have any errors in the code, which is disappointing. And I could hear my computer chugging away, so it was literally trying to do something. Let's look in the database to see if there's anything useful in there to explain what might have happened. That looks like it probably should look. I don't see any odd values. Attack speed's the only one that's high, and it should be high because it's based on milliseconds. You can see which monsters these got assigned to. We're already on generated monster ID 100 something, which is weird. That seems really high for only 2 or 3 playtests. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious why it's so high when we've only generated probably 10 monsters total. All right. Well, there is a bad line in here. So the 105, the last monster it generated, which that's what caused it to stop, something happened. Man, I wish it would have threw some kind of error so I would have known though. It didn't throw anything. It just got hosed. And the ID is right. Like it generated the ID right. This sequence should show 105. Oh, maybe that's not how it works. It says 201. What? What is it doing? All right, so it generates a new monster ID. Remember at the beginning of my code? And then nothing else got assigned. So somewhere before it assigns more data is where it broke. So let's look at that. That's all I have to go off of since there were no errors. So let's go back to the monster service and generate monster ID. So right up here, see this? This is where we create the entry and we don't assign anything yet. So if we look at that, if we go to this, all it's creating is the new value or the new entry and then saving it, which generates that ID. So that much worked. See, it generated the ID. And when we have, now we have this new entry that we're going to work with. So we know it got past that step, but it didn't get to the next step that updated anything. So somewhere in between those two steps on the generate monster. So right here, I might have to add some logging statements. But let's just kind of walk through this. Maybe we'll figure this out. It almost looks like it's looping. I don't understand why that. It's probably just not me understanding how it works, but I don't understand why this sequence is so high. Like, did it try to generate that many more monsters and they just didn't show up in the database because of whatever it was doing? I don't really know what's going on there. It looked like it did a decent job on generating a battle. I mean, except this last one, of course. Do I do the... I don't think I do the metrics for level in between here. Like if it's in here, if it's in this call, it's gonna generate the monster all the way. It's not based off of the level thing. So right here, like it has generated levels. And if that is less than monster levels, so monster levels was already assigned up here, then it generates a monster. And then it adds that monster to the list. And it increments generated levels by the level of the monster that was generated. I might be able to turn off those two new properties now too. They might have just need to be there to create the sequence, but now that it's there, I don't know that I need it. And I definitely don't like this show sequel. This is just, I don't know. It's making the logs a little messy. All right, I'm going to troubleshoot. My next thing is I'm going to put how can I get Unity to time out if a RPC call doesn't come back after so long. If I can fix that, then I can keep testing and I can start adding debug statements, logging statements, without worrying about having to task manager kill Unity every time that I do this. Because I'm really not sure exactly what's happening. This is just not enough info yet to troubleshoot it. My tasks aren't asynchronous. Is that what's causing an issue too, isn't it? Or can I put this in even if it's not an asynchronous call? I don't know. What else did it tell me? Anything else? I don't have async. What the heck is going on here? So this ran to the fourth monster. It got past this step, but then somewhere before the next save, which is pretty much at the bottom, I think. Wait, let's see if generated monster modifier repository saved anything. Do we have anything for 105? We do. The entries for 105 are there. So we probably made it all the way down here to where it actually saves the main item. And it did it for 3 guys, no problem. Why did it stop on the 4th? None of that data. There's 4. There's also 4 entries for 103, and it worked fine. 4 entries. There's nothing here, right? In any of the fields? Not a single thing. Pass a deadline using call options. Can I do this in my client? Okay. This gets a lot messier when we start adding this in, but it makes it work better. On success. So we're doing the call. We're putting all of the stuff we're calling in a method. Then we're calling that method. This is definitely something I should implement, but I don't think I have enough time to do it today. So we might have to call it before I get this going. I really wanted to get it going though. I don't know which one that should be. Okay, so there's our little helper class. we know which call's causing issues right now. I guess as a tester, we can set it up just for that single call. So in combat, not combat. No, it is in combat. Combat manager. This one. Reset combat. So this call right here. Is what I need to update. And I don't even have to pass this in. If I can't pass this in my new little method, that's fine. Because I can get game info from, or combat ID from my game info object. So let's do that. Info.combat ID. Okay. And up here, wherever I'm calling reset combat, we're going to change that to use this new setup. Or we're going to attempt to, I should say. I'm moving this off the screen so I can see them both at the same time. So we need the helper. So over here, okay. And then right here, we'll do a hopefully this doesn't change how this works. Okay, and then we get rid of this. Five seconds is fine. I don't care about how long it takes. I just want it to stop if it breaks. Okay. And I guess if it's successful, we should drop this stuff in the same successful section. And then down here, timeout. Okay, and then there's one more section they have defined called on error. You got a semicolon there. Okay. That I think that's what we need. Well, it's not working though. The type arguments cannot be inferred. What do you mean inferred? I'm giving them directly to you. I don't know what that means. Oh, I thought I had this. Help me, ChatGPT. You're my only hope. Am I missing a step here? I don't think so. It says to the run sync with timeout. Wants you to send a generic type that's getting returned. So reset combat is returning void, right? Do I need to return something for this to work? I don't really think that'll do anything. And then up here, oh, the error did go away. Interesting. All right. So do we try to run this again and see if that at least fixed my timeout issue? I know I didn't fix the actual issue yet, but I cleaned up the logs. They shouldn't show all that extra database stuff. And then we're just going to have to start adding debug statements in. All right. Now I know this isn't going to work, but I want to see if it'll break out of this and allow me to stop it from running, is my hope. And not completely freezing it up like it does. Let's play. And then let's double check there's nothing going on over here. Nope. Nothing in the logs yet. Push start and hope that it stops on its own. That's kind of what we're going for here. We know it's not going to be fixed. Well, now what happened? That's not the same error we got before. Well, now this new stuff's not working. Gosh darn it. Not set to an instance of an object. But that could be anything in this entire section. Even though it says line 53, it could be something down here farther. The server didn't do anything yet. All it did is get game info. So we know that it didn't actually try to run this reset combat method. RPC helper. It's getting mad about RPC helper, I bet. Is it supposed to be a mono behavior? Did I mess that up? It is supposed to be a mono behavior because it's got IEnumerator in it. Stop. At least I can stop it. I mean, we didn't get as far as we did last time, so it doesn't matter. Let's jump over to the combat scene because we have to define the RPC helper in Combat Manager. So can I just attach it to this and then attach it to that script? Will that work? I guess. Let's save that since we made an update. And go back and start over on the other screen again. All right, that worked. I mean, it worked enough, which helps. Helps tremendously that we don't have to keep killing it. Oops, wrong button. Generating new encounter. Let's look at the tables real quick. I'm probably going to do this off my stream, troubleshoot this issue, and then I'll just let you guys know what I did to get it working. Hopefully I get it working, because I got a couple things I want to do. Yeah, see, it's always the last monster it wants to generate. I mean, I don't know that that's the last one. How many modifiers did it make for those two? 4, 2, and then 4. I mean, all of this looks right. This part looks right even. It's just that last item. So I'll do this debugging off camera. You guys are probably getting sick of watching me hit my head against my keyboard trying to figure this out anyways. So I'm going to call it for today. But the next time I'm on, which might be tomorrow, I think, I'm hoping, I'll give you guys an update on what I did to get this working. So we're making good progress. Once this is working, I mean, we're almost to the step where we can do that smaller playtest we want to do. So, but anyways, I will see you guys next time, and thanks for watching.